Andrew, this is such, we've been talking about this because we knew him when, we knew he was great, but it's the thing to be great against college. It's another thing to be great against the best players in the world. Yes, it was also a great college player. Yes, and a good pro too.
Okay. Not yet.
Catch it before we leave. I'm hoping. That's all right. That's a good, that's exactly. That's it.
Yes. Still had his problem, so that we don't take that problem.
Yep. Just write my number here, 3. Batch number is
13-3-5-2. 13-3-5. So 13-35. -35. -2. Yeah, it says 24, but it's scanned 26.
Sorry for the delay.
Mm.
You're all smooth out the flight.
Yes, that's the next batch.
Oh, that's the next batch.
Yes.
All right, Captain.
I think, however, this one did not print all the way because it just stopped, so I think I need to print.
Oh, it did the stop.
Yeah, just one more middle.
Yeah, I thought I could wait, but I couldn't wait any longer.
Trash can, man.
That's funny, when you look at that screen, we talked about it before, you can see us, but when I look on my phone,
Back there. You can do it without prompting.
Sure did.
out there, and I fell out of my chair. So I was like, dang, I better sit in this other chair. That concussion.
Hurt yourself at work, how?
I need to work some stuff, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly, how did you hurt yourself? Fell out of my chair.
It wasn't properly secured.
Like, you had better equipment. 22.
Yes.
Miss Rhode Island, if you become Mr. America, what would you want?
That's too right. Would you like $1? $8. $8. Yeah, my next year.
At least a few months. He hasn't been tried yet. He's going to do a long prison. He doesn't want to.
24.
Yeah.
You won't sneak them in on this. 14.
Ready?
I'll do once you.
Where do you? We need to have a Yeah, Kevin usually uses the regen sticker. We don't.
I think I'm doing one, assuming that we're going to do the third, without free.
Okay, I just need to clinic break. And then if I do grab a chair, you want?
I know. Not saying that.
Not at all. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
I may need to see the entire 4-day Thanksgiving weekend, except that, of course, my daughter is going to see. And adrenaline. Well, they don't.
Do you have any more markers by any chance
Good luck.
in your age? range?
I don't, but I will get you one. Okay.
Yeah, I thought you carried them in.
I do sometimes, but sometimes I forget to grab some or I don't get enough of something. This is not a big one. Easy for me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ruth. Has anyone taken a look? I almost looked earlier now. It was like. Yeah, they cramped you a lot, but I had. We're getting there. Right. I'm right. I'm here. Are you doing? But I'm looking at that. Oh, no, oh, no. Well,
That's a question you may ask it, you may be asked the channel.
Maybe I can.
No, they're like, they're like love songs. Thank you. That is the third.
What we're waiting on ballots. Oh, we're waiting on ballots for this. Well, might be a while. So while you're waiting, take this. It's gonna be in your way. It's okay. You're waiting on, let's see what ballots you're waiting on. 11. Oh, I see. Never mind. Let me take this back then.
Yeah, he's good.
I got it. Yes, I know, Mark. I see her back there. She's pulling. I just didn't want to hold things up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Guess we go on. Yeah, okay.
I'm not gonna sit here.
Yeah, I thought that. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess, duplicate it so that they can take. Yeah, say that. For your own sake, we haven't gone to side. I'll have to put it in the referral. Yeah. Okay. And then they'll get in the paper. Yeah. I see. No. Maybe. Maybe. We don't. See? They swap it down. They have. Okay. So it could be any ballot style, that's not. And is 19 like that also? Okay, that's I think 19 would work because it doesn't have any, it has no progression where it's gonna get 19. It's the 19 does.
You just finished our,
Yeah.
our. Yeah. Yes.
Did I get any balance?
No. No.
They have already taken out the 19.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying.
This is whoever the Rob bought there.
Right,
It's like.
right.
So,
Why are you spoiling 19?
unity.
Oh, okay.
We voted the congressional report. That's my.
Okay, got it. All right. So they bring you the ballot for the precinct where the voter actually lives. Not the ballot that what they're supposed to give you is. Where's the- No, it's not out of county. This is in county. This is in, well, no, I take it back. You're right. Okay, so they're out, so they're out of county. I don't know what that was. Right, so it's an out of county ballot. How do they decide what ballot style they should.
Okay, this out of county PG, this person doesn't live in the part of the PG that's congressional for shared with us. Therefore,
All food stores, but for a sliver of a person. Is in the.
so it's not applicable.
So there is, there's a portion of Silver Spring that is actually in Prince George's.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
There's one building that's
Yeah.
part of the
Yeah.
building, this
Yeah.
PG part is Montgomery County.
But if that's the case, it's in the A.
We can pull this one. No, let me take a look at this. I'll be back in a second. You can- Hey. You also 5 minutes.
So we'll entertain you.
I'm sorry, it's so tricky.
Right, what they're supposed to do, I didn't realize when we started, we're talking about county, if the person is out of county, that's a little bit different, but ordinarily we would give you the ballot for where the person actually lives. Yeah, right. But. There is that portion of the. I don't even wanna go there. We'll let them figure it out. When after board session, we're gonna have a meeting to talk about I mean, I have finished doing our. We appreciate your attention to detail. Messing up ballots is okay as long as you catch yourself. You know, if you mess it up and you don't catch yourself, that's fine. But if you know, catching the error, we're all human beings. Okay.
David.
They voted in congressional aid. Therefore, there is nothing to confront.
What do you think?
The ballot that's inside.
Oh, the ballot inside is the,
Conventional fee,
so it is it is the correct ballot?
you know, it's conventional aid, conventional, what they would increase is conventional fee.
Okay.
Therefore, even if it's, they share congressional floors, there's nothing to transfer. Okay, what if?
I'm confused. Does the voter live in 4 or in 8?
Water lives in 3G,
Right,
which is 4, that's it.
okay.
Okay, water in conventional fee.
So you don't, right, so there's
You
nothing,
cannot
you cannot
transfer.
you cannot transfer the
from
conversion.
conventional.
Right,
That's why it's in.
okay, all right, now, what ballot should they be using?
If you don't have anything for something about them, I don't know.
When you say before, they gave you an extra.
That is condition, this is conventional system. That you cannot vote for them.
Right, right, but they need to know what to duplicate it on. Right, they get a blank to duplicate it on.
Which one came with it? Was it some of them?
Yeah, this is all I got.
Okay. 3G, yeah, I'll give you a dollar. Cannot. I gave you 4. You cannot. Okay.
This in your direction.
Explain what you are doing. Okay, so, I'm calling us to order here, and Boris has the product of, Ami's and my meeting yesterday and today. These are all ballots that we are recommending to be, these are all provisional ballots that we are recommending to be rejected in full.
Okay.
And I don't know if people want an explanation as to what's in it, or,
I will just write very briefly, just like in every election, any provisional application can be accepted in full, accepted in part, or rejected. When it's, in our opinion, it's staff's opinion, when it's, when provisional application is to be rejected, we recommend it to the subcommittee, if I may refer it like that, to board president and secretary for their review. And they review, they further our rejection, present to the full board of canvassers for their determination. The reasons for rejection of these provisional applications, there are literally 16 different votes. Again, not all of them dominate rejection as usual. Most of these rejections that you see today are code 2, which means that provisional applicant returned a voted mail-in ballot or already voted. We are talking about people who requested vote by mail, returned vote by mail, and then they voted provisional. We have quite few with no signatures on application, but much less than we had in the primary. And we have a lot of incomplete information was provided on the application itself. The one big batch again is code 16, proof of residency was not timely received. When people go to vote provisional, we ask for the proof of residency. We're talking about driving license or government checks, utility bills. If they don't submit timely, we recommend the provisional application be rejected.
Don't they have to provide that at the time they're voting or no?
They have it until, second Wednesday, 10 a.m. to provide that.
Which is the start of the provisional of Kansas. That's what the second Wednesday at 10 a.m. is.
And they're informed of all this, when
They-
they fill out
they-
their
It
application.
should be.
When they vote provisional, the election judges remove the front sheet. It gives all the explanation of everything. The bottom line is, even if they didn't, for example, if they did not provide the, information for provisional to come, which board will reject, they can still remain voter registered if they receive the information after. So we cannot count the ballot, but their voter registration can be updated based on that information that they submit.
For example, if somebody moved. Okay. Okay,
And then one big chunk is also incomplete application, something that we believe is something that we need to look as a training issue as well, apart from the voters rush. Voters have to produce their name, they confirm that they're US citizen, age 16, residential address, mailing address, if they have a driving license, signature. They miss something, but they provided address without all the digits.
And just for the record, they confirm they're US citizen by checking the box.
They are checking the box. We have few that did not.
we
check
have,
the
we have, I
box.
think, 3 or 4 that we rejected because they did not check yet. And they checked no.
So,
But there's no documentation provided to prove any of that.
but if they don't check the box, or whatever is on the staff level, we don't see the box checked, goes to the board.
Did somebody actually check no? Check no?
Correct.
Still voted for this?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes,
I think there were 3 or 4.
yeah.
But we also have people from California, Illinois, District of Columbia, who gave us addresses that were from California, Illinois, District of Columbia, and were given a provisional ballot, and we rejected those too.
And they,
I mean, basically, the protocol that is used at the polls is a voter wants a provisional ballot, they get one. And then it's up to us to reject it, but the voters are simply told it's up to the board. Now, I personally think that for certain things, for example, if you're a DC voter and you come to Silver Spring on election day, you shouldn't be given a ballot. You should be told, go to your place in DC. Because if they give you a ballot, you may think you're covered and you're not. Yes, it creates work for us. It creates, and it also, the voter gets disenfranchised at the same time.
Yeah.
You know,
And if somebody comes in and puts down a California address, they ought to be told, this is not acceptable here.
right.
no, I will say that if they insist on, I mean, we're not trying to, right, we're not trying to create a fight. But on the other hand, I think we should give them more information, but that's not for today. For today, the question is there either discussion on the part of the board or a motion on the part of the board to reject these ballots? Because we've looked at them, we've recommended their rejection. As Kevin so eloquently said to us the other day, if you guys would like to look at them, in addition to us, you should feel free, but we've done it so that you don't have to.
Now, I will point out that we did some random samples. We pulled random samples out and we went back and checked that the research had been done properly. And so we believe the board recommendation for the staff based on the research.
So I move, Mr. President, we reject on your recommendation these families.
Okay, is there a second?
I see.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. President, the only discussion I would say, this can wait till later, but I would like to know the number of people who actually returned their mail-in and full voting provision.
Yes. I will say that,
Concern.
I will say though, that we have several categories of people within that category. Because we have people who returned the ballot but did not yet receive the indication that their ballot was received. And some of them go to the polls because they're saying, I don't know whether my ballot was received. But we also have people who vote both ways who did have it. We also have people who vote provisionally because they were sent a mail-in ballot, but they may not have returned it. Right.
They are told your ballot has been received, aren't they?
Not necessarily. No, they're told that it was mailed to them.
Yeah, they may not, and because we're still getting mail and ballots in after the election. And there's-
Well, it's not only that, it takes some time for it to be marked as received. It also takes more time for it to be marked as received if it's a web delivered ballot because it doesn't fit into the mail sorter.
Does that indication show up in the that it was received? That
No.
returned and received? It's an issue.
No,
Checking judges don't know that.
no, the checking judges know that a mail-in ballot was sent. Is that
That's it.
right?
It's an issue.
Because it would require an even higher level of coordination because ballots are received every day. And you'd have to update that constantly in order to do
Never
it.
update the poll books to go ahead and recognize.
It would be, I mean, you'd have to be online with MD voters in order to do that, essentially.
You will need to be up to date all the time.
Right.
Receiving it, which is unexpected. Hard to
Right,
expect
but
to the whole
the way we deal with that is by making the vote provisionally, we don't have to know at that minute. If we know later that they voted, then we don't count their provisional because we have indication that they voted. We are not, they're not gonna vote twice. They are gonna create work for us. And I personally, I not only want to know the numbers, let's take a sample of them and ask them what their thinking was. Because for some of them, their thinking is, I wasn't sure that it was received. We had one voter, we had one voter who voted at the machine and then voted provisionally on the same day. We think that voter was trying to correct an error.
They voted on the machine and then said, vote again, give me a provision.
Correct. And we rejected the provisional. And we think our hypothesis is that the person made a mistake, came back and said they wanted to correct their error. And instead of being told, sorry, they were told, here's a provisional ballot.
Okay.
You know,
But they got a good no saying with the provisional, they already voted. And they.
Oh, no, we have lots of systems for this. This is not just a question of a no. We have,
Well, right, but the provisional.
The
judge
whole-
had to
whole-
know that that's what was going on.
no, they don't have to do that. When it comes back to the board, we're gonna know too. We're able to compare the fact that they've already voted on the system.
Right, I'm saying we're not disagreeing with each other. I'm just saying it's good that the provisional judge at the time it happens can know the person is voting provisionally because they already voted on the machine.
They can, but I'm saying that if they don't, as I understand it, we are still able to find out.
Yeah. Once
Oh,
you,
yeah, I'm not arguing.
once you vote regular ballot, you cannot vote regular ballot in person again. The only way to vote in person again is provisional ballot.
And what I'm saying, all I'm saying to you,
Yeah,
Diane,
right.
is you said it's good that the provisional judge can write a note. I don't disagree with that, but I'm saying we're not relying on that.
Yeah,
Because we have other ways of also preventing people from voting twice. If the provisional judge is not paying attention, they're still not gonna vote
yeah,
twice.
so I get.
That's all I'm saying.
And I've got one other question. As for the persons who voted provisionally, who I guess affirm or that they are not a US citizen, what action is taken with those?
So I have to, I really bring to take on the top of my head in the provisionals. I know that if you go, for example, to NBA, expressing error that we are not US citizens, you get a letter from us saying that you indicated previously that you were US citizen, now you claim you were not. To clear your record. Basically to respond with your signature confirming whether you are US citizen or not. That letter is issued automatically once you make, we assume error in NBA.
Okay,
But you don't know if we do the same for provisional ballot.
Yeah, I have to look because there's a difference between
Right.
already registered voters who changing the address,
Right.
which will get the letter,
Right.
and it's brand new registered who has never been registered, right?
Right.
So there's a two different case scenarios.
Right.
But I don't know from the top of my head is four that you
Right,
rejected.
and if somebody has never been registered, goes to the polls, fills out the form accurately and says they're not a citizen, we don't know whether they've committed a crime or if they've committed the necessary mens rea to be convicted of the crime. If they've already voted, that's a different,
No,
Yeah.
that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
But same goes for the age 16. I remember in the primary, Annie and David rejected someone who lives in a nursing home who told us they were not 16.
yes. They filled it, they filled in the wrong circle.
They feel that they were not 16.
They said that they weren't, they said they were younger than, that they were younger than 16 when they were clearly not. But
16 to register. So errors do happen. It's all too good. Errors do happen.
So if somebody attempts to vote and they do not check the box saying I'm a US citizen.
They don't get any further. Once you don't, your name is there, yes. The next one, are you a citizen? If you don't check that mark, there is nothing further to process. The system stops.
Does anybody ever question why a non-citizen would attempt to vote? Because if they did vote, that would be a problem.
Or voting provisionally could
Wait,
be
is there an answer?
primary attempt.
Right.
I think under appropriate circumstances, it would be referred to law enforcement.
Right, and when
But-
would that happen?
Look, if you're not a US citizen and you put on your provisional ballot application, if you're not a US citizen, what crime have you committed?
Attempted.
You've attempted to vote. They're absolutely attempting to vote by virtue of the fact they filled out a provisional ballot.
In order to, I am not a federal prosecutor. I've worked with a lot of federal prosecutors in my time. And then Kevin probably has more recent experience than I.
Hard case to make.
Yes, that's it.
They accurately filled out.
Right, if I were in that circumstance and I were being accused of that and I accurately filled out the form, you're gonna have a hard time convincing both, a judge and a jury that I intentionally voted, while not being a citizen, if I filled out the form correctly.
Well, they shouldn't be given provisional ballot. That's just my view, but I get it.
Well,
Well, that's the law right now. I guess.
No, I don't think that the giving of a provisional ballot to everyone who wants one is a law. I think that's a practice. You can tell me whether that's a law.
Well, it's an interpretation of the Health American Health Code. But no one should be turned away from the vote.
Right.
This is a consequence of Bush versus Bush.
Oh,
Versus Bush,
But didn't
whatever
they,
it was. I don't know.
but Kevin, the landscape has changed. Didn't they, when they passed that, assume that we're talking about US citizens?
Well, the form contemplates that it would be a US citizen because it has to be.
I don't
But
know
it doesn't, I mean, they don't ask you when you come in, are you a US citizen?
no, they have you fill out the form,
Well,
right? But I guess I'd be interested in what that interpretation says, because to me, if we are giving provisional ballots to anyone who is not eligible to vote them, whether they are a non-citizen or a non-resident of Maryland, or they're 13 years old, I would want to know that we are in fact legally obligated to give them that ballot, because if we're not, I'd want to at least entertain the possibility that when someone is not eligible, that we don't waste everybody's time by giving, by giving the ballot. I am really concerned about, to me, the DC residents are are kind of the ones that bother me the most, because it's not only extra work for us, but we may be giving people the incorrect assumption that their ballot will be counted when they still had a chance to go vote, and they didn't because we gave them that opportunity.
I agree
the
with you.
flip side of that though is that you could get a judge that says that someone's not eligible to vote and they are otherwise.
But these are cases where the person themselves has declared themselves to be ineligible.
I understand, no, I understand what you're saying. You're saying the problem is that the election judge could get it wrong and someone could be denied the right to vote on that basis. And that would be a problem, for sure.
But if there's,
It's the other side of the coin.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
no,
The judge said, an election judge says, you're not entitled to a provisional ballot. You can't vote for it. You're not eligible to vote. And the judge is wrong. We've seen election judges be wrong.
Oh, sure.
yeah, I
But
mean,
here, but here's another way of approaching it. And again, this is not necessarily for right now. We can reject the ballot and have this conversation any old day. But what I'm thinking is that for the DC resident who shows up and wants to vote, it could very well be that the first thing we should say to them is, you do realize that you live in DC and that, you know, there's a very good chance that your ballot will not be counted because you live in DC. And then if they insist that they still want to do it, I'm not suggesting because, you know, and again, they may live in DC and have a house in Montgomery County too. That's a different scenario. But if they actually are just live in DC, I would want us to give them the opportunity to go vote in DC.
I'm with you on that.
So the scenario I saw on election day, I saw actually two scenarios. St. Camillus,
The what?
St. Camillus,
Oh, well, yeah.
I saw DC resident, Montgomery County resident who moved to DC.
Okay.
And so not knowing if he didn't remember she received an updated voter registration, or change of address. So she came to St. Camillus to vote,
Because that's where she voted
because
before,
that's where she voted before.
but she lived in DC.
She now lives in DC.
And she didn't remember if she registered to vote in DC?
Well,
Lots of people don't remember. We have people who don't remember that they requested to be on the permanent mail-in ballot list, or that they requested a ballot 3 weeks ago.
But moving.
so the election judge did provide a provisional ballot to that voter.
Right.
Because she voted at St. Camillus before the last election, the primary election, but between that time, she's now moved to DC. The one I saw at White Oak was a Prince George's County resident who thought that White Oak is an early voting site.
Right.
And so came to White Oak, and the election judge there let the voter know that that was not their precinct. So therefore, all the.
It's on election day.
Yeah, on election day.
Okay.
So all of the contest will not be able to vote for all the contest.
Right.
And the voter decided that she was going to vote in White Oak because by the time she goes back to her precinct, it might be too late for her to vote.
Right. Yeah,
So
we had a
those are the
lot
two
of.
scenarios. And I actually witnessed one St. Camillus, one. But
Well, the Prince George's example, they at least are a Maryland voter and that, you know, they have some ability to vote there. In the DC example, there's literally nothing on the ballot that they can vote on.
that is correct. So in other words, based on this scenario that I witnessed myself, right? And the code that Boris just, how many codes? 16 codes, right? 16 codes, all of the 17, yeah, but 16. So staff has gone through them, verified by, our colleagues. I feel like if they fall within the 16 codes that say we have to reject them. then
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
so do we have a?
Yeah.
No.
Second, we have a.
It's been moved,
I
it's been moved,
seconded.
no, it's been moved and seconded. We got onto this conversation, which was a useful conversation. I guess the question is there any other debate about the motion to reject these ballots? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous.
Take them away.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. And we will reconvene at 5 o'clock for our board referrals. Thank you.
That was good. It made me forget that I'm tired. I'm actually feeling a little bit.
Well, you and I can. Wait. Yeah, I don't. Or it is under. Um, um, but I don't know, but I have to find out. I didn't know that it was an interpretation. I Well, you know, remember that federal election law, by definition, is something that gets negotiated out. Parties. One party is usually not able to. So they probably had a fair amount of horse trading back and forth. To figure out the bill. It was. It was, but I guess, right, but I guess, you know, I mean, I understand what Kevin's saying, it would be a major lawsuit if we told someone is in fact a citizen, if we're not a citizen. By the way, you know, I'm just saying that we have seen it. I was at Silver Spring where a voter got highly offended when an election judge started speaking to the voter spoken. In other words, the voter started, the voter had certain physical characteristics that combined with their inability to hear the person was saying. The person made an assumption that was dead. And the voter was really offended because I think correctly, they felt that they were being, you know, profiled essentially. You know, someone was saying, "Oh, I'm just going to do understand because you look Spanish." And this person had apparently, you know, they were. Questions wanted to be offended. They're U.S. citizens, and they're being treated like they might. They're speaking in English. And, you know, if somebody reached out to Taiwan, you know, was a native, you know, and you know, was here for many more decades than this company was. And if later in life somebody assumed that because she had not you know, because I would speak English with me, why are you suddenly speaking some other language? Now, you're not bothered, you do understand that. Diane, you've been offended. Somebody. It's something else. It's something that. Something made assumptions about your views on something that is not related to politics. Okay, suppose I assume that you like. You will say you're fair. Suppose that I experienced it. You don't think that well, your chance. Yeah. Well, actually, and I don't think they came in wanting to be. I think they were.
And I don't, and I'm not,
If you came to the poll, I saw your name, and I started speaking to you in Spanish, and you did not speak to me in Spanish. You went. Okay. Okay, well, I think that this voter felt that this was not quite that, but was on the road to. You know, I think that they felt like, why are you speaking to me in Spanish? I didn't speak to you in Spanish. You know, and I understand some people would be offended and some people. Wouldn't. You know, in this case, the voter was highly offended. I apologize on behalf of the voter. And the voter. I spoke to the election judge and I said, we're trying to be helpful, but I said, next time, ask them, rather I, speak in Spanish. Because that is more polite than assuming that somebody wants to speak in Spanish because they didn't hear you. They looked apart to you. Understood. But we have to, we're also, we say our election judges are not in. No. Well, but you are also leaving out. Our election judges come with a very skill set. From none to a lot. Okay, and so I can easily imagine a situation where a voter believes they have been told by an election judge that they are not a citizen of their law. Even if the election judge had no basis to ask the question, and I'm not aware of the situation, but it's not hard to imagine where a person doesn't, also didn't say I understand. And yet they launch into Spanish. So I guess the question is, would is there a situation in which we have, because our election judges have done great. Yeah, we've had election judges who don't think they're. And we also have people. If it's a question about a ballot.
Excuse me, everybody. I want to thank you so much. We have finally passed out the very last batch. Thank you, everybody. Once we're done, we're going to go. Just make sure you sign out. And hopefully we'll see you back in 2 years.
We're still reading the clock.
Small remark, again, I think I can speak for everyone for the board and for the staff. Same thing to all of you, whether you serve one day with us or you serve every single day as a campus. We get the good time in this campus, we get the good results. Now, I can see what's very should be for this assignment. Please, if you move, change your phone number or email address, let us know. We'd like to reach to you in 2026 to get the order. Thank you.
And I would just add, if any of you are curious, excuse me,
Guys,
if any of you have been wondering what a board referral meeting is like when you've been gathering up here while you've been canvassing, if you're done by 5 o'clock, we're having our board referral meeting at 5 o'clock. If you're not here, we're still having our board referral meeting at 5 o'clock. No need to stay, but if anyone is interested, you should feel free.
So. That's why I like to get it. We have the same. Well, out of state, because in state, we have jurisdiction. But it really comes down to, what the law say is required. Yes, it is. I can always, I can go in. Yeah, I said I just did it myself. Yeah, yeah. So we are examining the question of like we are legally. That they are legally ineligible to vote in that. Said I was living in state. Not a citizen. Or I'm underage. Like we required by and say, here's your ballot. You're going to decide what you think. Or can you say to them, you are not eligible, or I guess another alternative to say, we don't think you're eligible. You insist we're going to take it. They don't come in saying, I know. The question is, what can we do? I hear your which is, we want to make it. We have enough trouble just giving it to them. Let alone if they do something more complicated. Well, I definitely get. That person saying that they, it's the person saying that they live in your house, or give us same time. Right, in which case the judge should say to them, we need your local address. Right, the judge, what the judge should do is ask for your. You know. That's it, that is the issue. A lot of times. question is. Because the person. You know.
Well, is there?
So things we don't. Yeah. You don't count representative of Congress. Ship those, so we'll.
You have one more? I guess we did. Right. Okay, so. This is a voter. They may have come to the point.
I'm trying to get back. I think it's go for me. I know.
Well. I learned you were really by now. I was going to tell everybody. I'd like to get you guys.
We're gonna go back and
Just. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been 2 years. It's been 2 years. Thanks, man.
Say that. But is it that we are hopeful, we are hopeful, we are hopeful that get posted on. But it's still possible. Yeah.
Right, Don? Good fun working with you.
You have to vote on.
2 years. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, nice work. 2 years. Forget all about this. Yeah, there we go. Well, yeah, well. Glad you're feeling it. You're not saying blacklist. Just the opposite. You're on the we want this guy. Like Francis and Red. What did you get? Red shirt? They want me back? Yeah, they strike him. Okay. Well, we don't want them back, but yeah, they want you back. Francis was an answer.
But more to the next one.
Ever again. No, he was just new. And whenever you're a boss and you're new, it hurts. When he gets more experience, he'll calm down like the rest of us in the leadership business for decades. You're pretty chill.
Well,
I've been in the leadership business for 40 years. I smoke some pretty good stuff. I just don't sweat the smoke. That's a good advice. I mean, somebody comes to me, we made a mistake. Don't forget to sign out. Okay. I want to say that. You have to hang around. So, who was that? That man? Oh, okay. I thought maybe you have a throne. Actually, in a couple of years.
If I did that.
In round numbers, it's never 100%. If you know, it's certain, but I understand, I like that, because.
Thank you guys, good to work with you guys.
I was here because you have a stake in the process. And if having a stake in the process also.
And, maybe we don't have any, no.
Must be a mild. Yes, that would be the first thing. Right. Right, I would say that it's obviously a lot of us. Yeah. So I would say, less. Okay. Okay, and by the way, I understand. I understand. Yes, yeah. No, I don't, yes, we can go to the board. For us, we go, we wanted to go. Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for your help.
Right. Okay, Kamala, Angela, and Brad, are yes.
There are official writings. And it's possible that someone could file as a writing statement if you got it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you know, I just thank you. I think we're gonna go. If you're also. All it shows is. Yeah. So I don't know. You have to write it. She is not, she is not a professional. If they filled in the circuit for the writing, that's it.
Yes.
That's what.
I think we should get saved.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They, I'm the person, they get guessing and have a.
I understand. Well, I also don't know. I like feeling. What are we allowed to say? You know. Yeah, right. Well, do you realize that based on what you wrote on here, we should be voting in?
Just one second.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your help and for keeping on coming back. Thank you. Okay, thanks a lot.
That makes sense. I mean, that's. Yes. Why?
Okay. Okay. Well, I did my best. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, they went fast. I was actually surprised at how quickly they were. And I brought about the question of today. Exactly. We were very. So you need to understand. Not at all. Everyone because that's well, so you guys maybe. Yeah. I sure hope so. Yes, I agree with that. They did. I forgot the name. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, is that right? Did I make any sense? Okay. Glad to hear it, because you never know. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Well, you're saying that. No, I don't need to know. I know that elections are in the state. Well, our federal system gives latitude even if the statute. Well, I've never seen. Well, it's actually. You can't really argue, you know, because they can even take this. Well, it's not gonna be the franchise, the state gets in one serious. Look at Maryland law. Watch that speak out the state. So as a result, you know, they. There were.
We do. We have a great holiday.
I don't have it all, but they were, it was roughly a third, a little bit more than a third election. There was more from ballot ballots. There were. A third of the. Roughly the number of ballot ballots. 28,000. Not all of which got counted, because some of them are been rejected. And so we saw wars with the card full of votes to reject a whole bunch of them. Unfortunately, because they are too late. They were all rejected. Yes. So basically, I would say there's probably about 60,000 ballots, and probably another 28,000 plus. And then early on election day, you guys did this. Little more. About the same business. It'll end up being about 75 or 80%. It's in range. I don't remember all the exact. But in general, every county fire internally. Our citizens are going to become a little bit perfect. So I don't remember what the exact numbers are. I don't know but roughly in the 75 to 80% range. People decide.
Madam Secretary, I think you all
on the state website.
Well, wait, 'cause I did.
Okay. Kevin,
Signature.
Signature, I moved to reject it on the grounds of lack of signature.
is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? It is unanimous.
It seems like they just turned the whole hearing again.
I'm sorry?
It seems like they just turned the whole hearing again.
Oh, it's been
It was-
on for at least a
Really?
week.
No.
Well, I think what it is they may have turned the heat down. Yeah, because today was not a warm day.
No ballot. No ballot.
Is there a motion? Is there a second? All in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous.
I moved we reject it on the grounds of lack of a ballot.
Is there a second? There's someone, okay, all in favor, raise your hands. Okay, unanimous. I should probably stop asking for a second. We should probably just assume there's a second.
Well, if it's lack of a ballot. it's
Yes,
Likely.
yes, yes. I think I'm just gonna assume that when you make that motion, I'm gonna say, and Daniel seconds it. And,
Oh,
I think we amended the whole, to say just, I think it's like so moved.
yeah, that's right.
Oh, this was the one that you walked over and I said there's an interesting twist on it.
Okay,
Have your camera off.
I will. Okay, my camera is off.
The voter has voted all over, written all over it and
Oh, and then signs it.
signed it.
voting for self as the president of the United
And then
States.
spells out their name.
And then Vice Presidents Robert Kennedy and Ted Kennedy. I assume that's Robert Kennedy
Yeah,
Senior,
well, look it up here.
you know?
For
It
the
doesn't
circuit court.
matter. I move we reject it on grounds of an identifying mark.
Second.
I was told to wait and admire this ballot. So the fact that it doesn't matter to you does not change the fact that I am going to comment upon what it says.
No, I want to hear it.
Because first of all, I will say, I asked the question of whether it was Robert Kennedy Senior or Junior. I will point out that the voter has stricken through Robert F. Kennedy Junior. So I think it's pretty clearly a voter who favors the older generation and voted for themselves for president. But they did vote for Ted Kennedy and Robert Kennedy for judge of the circuit court. And for themselves as judge of the circuit court.
And is that the dead Ted Kennedy?
Yes, that is the dead Ted Kennedy. It must be because
His son
he-
wasn't Teddy.
his son is, his son, no, his son is Ted Jr. There's a Ted Jr.
So amputee.
Yes, that's right. You got that right. But,
Isn't that so?
and they initialed all over the ballot in various places. Okay. I think I've had enough time to admire this. If anyone else wants to admire Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the ballot be rejected for an identifying mark. All in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous.
That person almost ran out of ink.
You know, but I'm sure that Robert Kennedy Jr.'s siblings will be happy to hear that their father got a few votes here today.
No, not really, got rejected.
Good point, good point, good point. The sentiment though, the sentiment.
Okay, your camera's still off?
Yeah, camera is still off. What do we got?
Identifying mark.
Meaning the signature at the bottom.
Yeah. Pretty wild. All right. Identifying mark.
Okay, I'll take that as a motion. Second. Okay, all in favor of rejecting this ballot on the grounds of an identifying mark? It is unanimous.
I think this is the first time we've seen you dressed up. It's the first day, right? That was so long ago.
Yeah. I know it seems like that forever.
It was 6 weeks ago.
6 weeks ago.
It was 6 weeks.
It's longer than that.
Well, a lot has happened in those 6 weeks. You know, yeah.
I moved it, rejected on the grounds of lack of a ballot.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, all in favor? It is unanimous.
At least those are really easy.
Those are really easy. I don't know how we can get the voters to remember their ballot. I think that might be beyond our capability. I think that people would laugh at us or worse if we put on the envelope, did you remember to put your ballot in the envelope? But clearly people need a reminder.
Yeah. They think their choice has been passed through osmosis.
Yeah. Well, they just forgot to include it. They were in a hurry. 2 ballots in the same envelope?
Yeah, I don't really understand how this happens.
They put them both in the same envelope.
Grab it, and there's actually 2.
Are they identical?
Look identical to me.
It's a provisional?
Yeah, it's a provincial. Well, I get to vote by mail, 2 people at home that put them all in the same envelope, but has the voter get 2 of those?
Yeah, how does the provisional judge even pass out to, unless you said they.
Okay,
Together.
so these are identical, I agree. And I guess the chair will entertain a motion to count one of them.
Yeah, if they are identical, I move that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we,
Perfectly lined up and it's just one right under the other.
so it's been moved and seconded that we count one of these 2 ballots. If you want to see if they're identical, feel free. I just confirmed what Kevin said.
Yeah, they even look like the same handwriting.
Oh yeah, I think they marked it the same way,
I mean,
okay. All in favor of accepting one of these 2 ballots? Okay, it is unanimous. Whoops. You'll spoil one. Will the machine read the X's?
Well,
No, we're filling.
Okay.
Put this in a different area, so they'll confuse you. Okay, good. Greater intent. We'll change the face here.
Okay. Does it mean I can put my camera back on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Representative of Congress.
Okay. This is what it looks like for representative in Congress.
Yeah.
Representative in Congress.
Okay,
Okay, is there a motion?
President,
Alex,
move that with respect to this ballot, we accept it as a vote for Nancy Wallace for representative in Congress District 8.
is there a second?
second.
All in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous.
Ballot in envelope.
Rejected on the grounds of lack of a ballot. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, raise your hands. It is unanimous. It is rejected for lack of a ballot.
Well, somebody's got it. Somebody's got it. That's the same. I think that's the same too. That were, like they had us all hovering around him for. I had to call him Janet. I mean, yeah, had to call him Lisa, Michelle. What that. It's all done at her. Sending the kids.
Okay. Another voter intent issue. Representative in Congress, District 8.
Oh, wow.
Interesting one.
It is an interesting one. Haven't seen that before. Representative in Congress, District 8.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's an overvote. Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we count this as no vote for representative for Congress in District A. Second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all in favor, raise your hands. It is unanimous. No vote for District 8.
The issue is in Board of Education at large.
Okay. Now, I thought I saw this ballot before. Maybe I'm imagining it.
You've seen a couple of those where people have voted.
People here, David, and showed it to us and used
But,
it.
but was that,
Yes.
but was that already crossed out when we saw it? Okay,
Yes.
okay,
They came up and you said that has to be.
right, okay. Thank you for that reminder. That's what it looks like. I can't remember from one moment to the next.
They all look like they have.
Not the canvassers, the ballots. I know you did. I know you did.
Well, I guess it's some information.
Yeah, some of our staff have a tendency to bring these ballots and just want to ask one of us what to do, which I try to discourage and tell them to just refer it so that we can all have a crack at it rather than, you know.
You rather than unilateral.
Yes. Okay, is there a motion?
Mr. President, I move we accept this as a vote for Rita Montoya.
Okay, is there a second? Any discussion? All right, all in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous. You agree with the idea of not putting out our press release until Monday?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
No one will read it.
no,
Right,
I'm not sure they'll read it on Monday, but that's easier.
yes.
Are those all the?
Nope, he's got another tray he's bringing right now.
Oh, my Lord. I said I didn't see many.
I'm sorry? Yeah, I didn't either.
Wasn't I the one who said we didn't really have to look like we got much?
Okay.
Is this the last tray, Kevin, or is there?
This is it.
Oh, well, there you go. That was my question.
Well, but we do still have a few tables working here. So it's still possible that there'll be more.
Yeah. Like we had.
Okay, so this appears to be this ballot,
Okay.
13,562-4. We began duplicating it and then realized that it should have been referred.
You're saying that the only marking on the ballot, this is the original.
It's the original.
Oh, I see. And there's literally only one mark on the ballot for president. And I'm gonna let me show this on the screen and then I will pass it. That is what the vote for president looks like. So I will pass it this way, then I'll pass it that way. The only question is the vote for president. Everything else is blurred.
Okay.
Nope. Needs to go this way. Okay, is there a motion?
And Mr. President, I move we accept this as a vote for Donald Trump and JD Vance.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous.
So there's an issue with regard to yes or no for Ann Albright, Judge Albright, excuse me, and Board of Education District 2.
Okay. This is what it looks like for Judge Albright. And this is what it looks like for Board of Education District 2. Nope,
Okay.
you were first.
Thanks.
So it's this one and then Judge Albright on the front. That one.
Okay. You want to take these separately or together?
I think we could do them separately. Okay, is there a motion relating to Judge Albright?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Yes.
I move we accept this as a vote for Judge Albright.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous. Okay. Is there a motion for Board of Education District 2?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
I move that we count this as a vote for Brenda Diaz.
Okay, it's been moved that it be counted as a vote for Brenda Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous. Thank you. Good folks. Oh, okay. Yeah, oh, they're not coming. Sorry.
I told them not to go before we're done.
Yeah,
Oh, Sierra Leone.
yeah. This would not be the picture we'd want them to have of our process.
Absolutely.
At least they're not quite vacuuming yet, but the cleaning people are here.
They're employees.
Yes.
At least they turned the siren on for the other guys.
Is there a second? All in favor, raise your hand. Rejected on the grounds that there's no ballot.
No, yeah.
Judge Albright.
Hmm. I think I go this way this time.
Okay. Is that a new one or an old?
Nothing like the 11th hour. Judge Albright.
Yeah, it's been a mess.
Oh, yeah.
The marks are, I think so.
Is there a motion or discussion? Or I don't know what I think yet. Go ahead.
President on this ballot, question of Judge Albright, I mean, but I'm suggesting yes.
Okay, is there a second? Any discussion?
I cannot tell that either one is an attempt to like cancel one out or not. There are X's on both of them.
Are there?
Yeah.
I didn't see the.
I didn't see an X on the, I don't see an X on the first one, on the yes. I see, oh, that's the no. I see it on, oh, you, it looks to me like the X is covered on the yes. You don't,
Yeah, quite possibly, yeah.
I mean, the second one, it looks like the X is on top to me. When I look through here. And I didn't use the magnifier the first time when I said I was uncertain. It's still not the best job by the voter.
The one on the yes could be on top, though. I can't tell.
I don't think that, I think that the one on the yes, if there's an X, it's covered. All right, is there any other discussion on this ballot? Let's do a roll call on this one. Margie? Daniel? Ami? Diane? Alex?
Nay.
And I will vote aye. So it's a yes vote for Albright by 5-1.
Looks like she's enjoying herself today.
Yes, I think she is. She's kind of back in the saddle.
Loading alone.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank
You too.
Have a happy Thanksgiving.
This is Board of Education District 2, Board of Education District 4.
Okay. Oh. Huh. Okay. This could be interesting. This is Board of Education District 2. And this is Board of Education District 4. Which way did I go last time? So it's your turn. Okay.
I was going to be opening there, but I don't want to upset,
Not,
this is the last opportunity I have to say something about this.
Go the other way.
I asked which way it went last time. And Ami said that she believed that it went your way first last time, and Daniel and Margie say they don't agree. So they've left me hanging in the middle here. Yeah, you know. Well,
Way to be a
Difficult decision.
way to be a
yeah, well, I'll just say that I clearly didn't remember, so I guess Ami didn't either.
I disinherit you for this one ballot only.
It was a low ball.
I'm sure you were counting on that inheritance too.
I'm getting tired. Okay, we're looking.
You're gonna be struggling over this one anyway. I'm not sure what to do with this one.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna throw up my hands on this one.
Looking at Board of Ed District 2.
That one and that one.
Oh, and that one.
Yes,
Oh, my.
yes. And they're both problematic.
So I'm gonna give it to
I think I'm gonna make a motion on this one.
that. I'm not
I think I'm gonna make a motion on this one.
giving a vote to anybody on this. Yeah.
That was gonna be my motion. That was gonna be my motion. My motion is that it's not a vote for either candidate for District 2 or District 4.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hands. It is unanimous.
Hannah,
It was strange, a strange way to get there. I was not, yet another permutation.
yeah, it's another permutation because in some places they put checks in circles.
Right.
Here, there's a check in the circle and here, that was just crazy.
Okay.
That's just schizophrenic.
So no vote for either one. I mean, it could have been an overvote for both of them, I suppose, and that would have been another option.
Yeah. Well, and that has the same ultimate.
Yes.
But it all belongs to the same schizophrenia code.
I often wonder whether those are one member of a family trying to help another member of a family to figure out who to vote for.
That's what they're saying. Well, that could be, that's certainly a possibility,
Right.
but one really ought to have that conversation before one start, oh my God.
I would think so. If you're gonna have that conversation at all. I don't know who my family members voted for. I mean, I have some guesses, but, I don't, you know,
Yeah, same
here.
here.
Yeah.
I absolutely have no idea about one.
yes. Same to you. Thank you so much. Thank you both. Thank you. Okay,
Be happy.
so,
All the rest of our staff people. Well,
well, remember today, some of our staff people are canvassers.
so I wasn't sure.
Wait, I don't know that whether we are ready to adjourn yet. I guess I should go find out. Yes, let me find out.
I feel like if I'm something is right. Oh, yeah. You want to investigate. Well, that's their man's room, when I knocked on the outside. Yeah. Yes. Ring the doorbell. The address is 9209. Did it for lessons. It wasn't 20%. Yeah, they switched around. Yeah. Yeah, just ring the doorbell. Thank you. Yeah. No, but even like in the old, days, I think it was, I didn't think it was on the floor, it wanted the floor, they couldn't recognize it. Yeah. So that you can't go to. Oh, it's right, I can't vote on Maybe Brooks is getting in there. Vice President,
Mr. Vice President, may I invite you to fill the seat since we appear to have a vacancy? David, no, don't do that.
No ballot.
Okay, that's easy. David? David?
Come on, Mr.
No ballot.
David. Okay, I move that we reject both of those on the grounds of lack of a power.
We don't have a vacancy yet, so hold on.
You have more ballots?
Yes.
Yeah.
I I have to throw spokes in the wheel, stick in the wheel here. Yeah,
We have the absence of two.
we have the absence, we have 2 empty envelopes. So there's nothing to display.
No, that's why I figured you could have saved your steps and stayed back there.
Oh.
I was having a very interesting conversation back there.
Uh-oh.
But anyway, so basically what you're saying is that while I was away, you just kind of took over?
But nobody seconded the motion. No, it was. Yeah, no, it was moved and seconded, but we didn't vote. Yes, okay. We
All in favor? This is probably the.
I don't think that's a serious problem.
I'm voting no. I'm voting no.
I'm
I'm voting no just based on principle. You guys met without me. You waited until the very last moment on the very last day, and then the coup came, so on the very last non-ballot, so, but that's okay. As a result, I won't tell you the very interesting story I just heard, so, no, I'm not telling it. We are. Well,
Yes, we did.
No, someone has to declare the vote, and I believe that would be Daniel, since he's in the chair at the moment.
But I never voted. Okay, I vote.
All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? I am opposed.
So it passes?
It passes 5-1, because I'm not gonna allow you to have a unanimous vote when I'm not even sitting here.
To say the word.
Yeah, no, it's not unanimous. It's not, you did indeed. But I literally was going over there in order to find out when you guys could leave. So my reward for that was a coup. As a result, I'm not gonna tell you what I was told. I will now make another sweep around the room to make sure that it's time for you all to leave. But it is very close to time that you all can.
The time is drawing near. Yeah, because I need to get out of here. Yeah, well, we've got a quorum if you go. Yeah, but I won't leave until we adjourn. Okay, good. I hope we're closed. I gotta go home and change and get to downtown Bethesda by 8 o'clock. Oh my God, dinner? No, our house guests, who are friends of Mark's.
The board referrals are still being duplicated. So that does mean that we don't need more than 4. But so, yes.
So tell me, you've got guests. There's a play at the Roundhouse Theater called Hanukkah Carol, which is a Jewish version of the Christmas Carol, but it was written by the son of our current house guests.
Ah.
Who are friends of Mark's from.
So you have to
literally
go.
baby. So.
What's the name of the playwright?
Berlin.
Oh,
What's his first name? I don't remember.
Isaiah?
and he is Jewish.
Yes, and tonight is opening night,
Oh,
so
have a wonderful time.
I gotta go to that.
I look forward to hearing how it is.
Well, it's supposed to be hysterically funny according to his parents,
Oh, good.
because they went to the rehearsal.
The parents of the author.
I can see.
Okay.
playwright.
Okay.
Thanksgiving.
Wednesday at the board, 3 o'clock, unless people tell me that that's not a good time, but I think everybody said that as times go, and no one else has to be in person other than Ami and me.
I'm gonna Zoom.
Yeah, come if you want, but